Tonight, Los Angeles is quieter than usual. It seems recent events, disturbances within the city, have tamed the nightlife to some extent. While some clubs still operate, while people still go out to celebrate the freedom of the weekend, it's almost like the city anticipates something. None of it really impairs the capabilities of the Cainite population, but it does feel somewhat weary. We join the pack as they meet up at the office on the top floor of the Asylum Club. Iris seems to finish reading the night's reports, for which she looks up. Notice Jack still hasn't arrived.
I check my phone. Did he send any messages?
You did get one, but it's quite vague. It simply reads, "Busy tonight. See you next week."
Okay. Iris shrugs and just puts the phone away. Has everyone else arrived?
Yes. The entirety of the pack, save for Jack, is here.
Alright then. Now, any other unexpected surprises since we took care of the unfortunate wolf?
Surprises, no, but I do have some information.
Go on.
Well, first things first. And Jasper will take the ring, the gold ring that he has shown you before that looked to some easy, but it's Miss Klein ring, but it isn't. So I figured out some things about this ring. It's somehow connected to Dracul.
Dracula?
Yes.
Right, I keep on forgetting that he's not the media.
I believe because I had to use Temporis to keep that abomination in place, that we should also prepare for any other surprises, he says pointedly.
Also, and Jasper would each give you a folder. And inside the folder are all major body weaknesses that the Alzai cyborgs have that he has found out. Including where the fucking power source of the cyborgs is.
By the way, Jasper, I have learned that power that you wish to break. I have learned the power to break the blood bond on that Alzai captive you were interested in.
That would be very useful since most of the information I gathered about the cyborgs came from him.
Well, I will have. It does have some caveats, but we can talk about it afterwards.
Also, as a last thing, the Giovanni seem to be very deep in the downtown area, very near
What do you mean?
major. They seem to be all aggregated near the center of downtown.
Why?
And
Why do you think those are Giovanni again?
because I went there and I also have sent spies there.
Yes,
I
and
also figured some things out about the current situation in the Camarilla. Strauss has stepped down from being prince and he's currently a primogen.
yes, we knew that a while ago.
And who was the prince again? Miguel? I forgot.
For a time, it was Liliana, but you seem to have dealt with that.
Bye, bitch. I couldn't resist.
And they're currently without a prince, perhaps. Also, I have found pockets of surviving Tremere. They are very much in lower numbers, but they are still around, unfortunately.
I could help you deal with those. I am resistant to magic.
Well, I'm more interested in getting my hands on a Giovanni.
Okay, first of all, Jasper, why do you think there are Giovanni in the town? You know, it's not like any of us go around saying, "Hi, nice to meet you, Giovanni. Hi, nice to meet you. Did you know my clan?" I get what kind of spies you have, right? But unless you have, I don't know, some definitive proof that, like, those are
Did they have
Giovanni.
specters? Or
Doesn't
wraiths, or whatever you call them?
Yeah, and did you guys forget about the fucking Talmahera? Who are totally infiltrating Camarilla?
Well,
May I remind that there were Giovanni in town at one point,
Yes.
and
well,
they probably never left.
Here's some reasons why there are Giovanni in the downtown area. One, and there has been for quite a while now a never-ending storm in the Shadowlands, which is not something natural.
Yes, and again, why do you think Giovanni have anything to do with that and not the fucking Talmahera? Last I remembered, a similar type of storm could be summoned by Delmont with his bloody jars.
Second, there has been experimentations on wraiths.
Again?
And thirdly, because I found out that there are Giovanni, I personally went there to investigate as well.
Again? Did they introduce yourself to you or something?
No, but I heard enough of their conversation to figure out.
Again, Jasper?
Do you wish him to be wrong?
No, I wish... Here's the thing. there were Giovanni, but A, Giovanni are not in Camarilla. Even rogue Giovanni wouldn't want to be, couldn't. Why would they give up, the protection of their own clan? Or, worse, risk their neutrality? I assume you know about their truce and all that stuff, which basically makes it that they don't ally with us, they don't ally with the Camarillas, they don't ally with anyone, not even the Anarchs.
As
Okay.
much as I remember,
What other clan also talks about the quote-unquote family so much, except for the Giovanni?
and as much as I remember, the Giovanni were after some sort of a river of souls type of thing.
Also,
I'm fairly certain that the Tal Mahara would not let them snoop around at all.
Also, the Giovanni that are in downtown are not with the Camarilla. They're just sticking to the Camarilla domain area.
Odd.
Why don't you ask your cards?
Again, what am I supposed to ask? Here's the thing.
What are they looking
assume-
for?
No. That's not my question. So, Jasper and Jasper's race observed some people who might be necromancers, who might be Giovanni, might be something else, might be Uzatal Mahara, but I assume it was more than one person.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my question to you is, if I ask the cards, were there any Giovanni there? I'm gonna guess if even one of them, the most unnoticeable one for you, was a Giovanni. I'm only gonna get a no if all of them were not Giovanni. I have not seen them. Besides, I have not seen them, which again makes the divination far more difficult to achieve.
Would you like to see through my memories so you can confirm?
I have a more worthwhile suggestion to ask your cards if you would
Go
care
on.
to.
Go on.
I think that it's perhaps a matter of time before the Tamera and Black Hand come for us. Perhaps asking it where and when we should prepare for that would be best.
Well, I don't think they would be coming out so openly in our turf. Why are you worried about that, though?
It's only logical. It's what I would do if I had felt that level of temporis used.
Okay, so it's about your temporis use. Well, so we came after your guy. We came after the werewolf in East LA. In East LA, where there were also 2 other Tal Mahara members who were killed by the wolf, right? Maybe we're lucky. Maybe one of them was of your bloodline. Maybe not.
I don't believe in luck.
Well, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that, first of all, that was pretty far away from us. Right? Temporis use would be detectable by somebody in that area, correct?
It's more complicated than that. With how
Well,
strong my use was, it could be felt farther away.
well, that's not what I mean. I meant the use of temporis was detected in that area. How far it went doesn't matter, but that was the area, correct?
Yes.
We are in Santa Monica.
However, when they find the location, they can then use spirit touch to see what happened in the location.
Well, I suppose you're not wrong that
And then they would
It's what?
officially have my face.
Hmm.
And all of yours, although they already had those.
Yes. Well, either way, we are drawing closer to taking the fight to them, so I suppose
I propose
not-
that none of us move alone.
that is reasonable.
Even you, Iris.
I never move alone. And it's Olivia in the room.
I would assume Olivia's here.
I mean, when Iris says that, Gabriel, you do realize you feel sort of this pair of eyes on the back of your head. Everyone else behind Gabriel, just leaning against the wall, is Olivia.
Like I said,
She just sees him nod. Like, he doesn't even look back or anything. He just sort of gives a nod.
Like I said, I don't ever move alone.
Good. Olivia is very thorough.
Yes. Either way, you're correct. In that term, it would be best that you specifically, have somebody to watch your back. In fact, it would be better if you even had perhaps somebody, how to say, perhaps
Well,
you could
I
stay with
could.
someone.
Jasper, how would you feel about the company?
I'm fine with company, as long as they're not too bothersome.
I don't believe you will find me overly taxing.
No.
Yes, then, for a while, stay with Jasper. He certainly has several capabilities that could be useful even during day sleep, but that should take care of that for the moment.
Actually, I would like to once again request that we should probably go after some Giovanni for security's sake, at least.
Why, Jasper? Jasper, why are you so obsessed with the Giovanni?
One, I am hoping to get more necromancy intelligence.
Okay, so that's
Two, they have been for quite some weeks. How much time would have been by now, Miguel?
Few months.
They have been for quite a few months collecting innumerous amounts of wraiths, which, one, you will only need that if you're doing a big fucking ritual. For what purpose? I have no idea.
And why are you certain that it's not the Tal Mahara collecting Wraith?
Because I have 100% guaranteed evidence that there are Giovanni in the downtown, Iris.
Yes, the fact that there are Giovanni is not the issue.
And the fucking tornadoes that are sucking, the wraiths are going to the Giovanni places that I have found out about.
Miguel, I'm gonna take the stack of cards out, and I'm gonna draw a card asking. I'm gonna do the roll.
Mm-hmm. See how many questions you get.
Yeah.
You can do the first roll. I think it's simpler that way.
So, I was thinking that I'm gonna do like perception occult, as like the short
sure.
one.
Sure. I'll allow it. Rules are guidelines to have fun, not strict laws.
Yeah.
You need to
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4 successes.
4 questions. Or 2 with
Okay.
a lot of accuracy and like no ambiguity whatsoever.
Okay, first question. Is the storm, the spirit storm in downtown, the work of Giovanni?
You draw sun.
Yes?
Yes.
Actually, I just realized I worded the question badly. Just because they're Giovanni doesn't mean they're not allied with Talmahara. But never mind. I'll do the second follow up. Is it the plots of Talmahara essentially?
You draw a moon.
No. Okay. Then, were there any Talmahara among the people Jasper observed?
You've already drew the sun and the moon.
No, I put them back, and every time I just put the cards back.
Okay, well, the question is, were the vampires Jasper saw Giovanni? Yeah.
Were any, like basically like Talmahara?
Any Giovanni Tahamara.
No.
No, she just said Talmahara.
No, stop. Were any of the people Jasper observed members of the Talmahara? That's it.
No.
Okay. Third one. No, that's a fourth one then. The fourth one will be: are the Giovanni active within the Camarilla?
I have already answered that they are just near the Camarilla. They're not with the Camarilla.
So, active within the Camarilla are the words you're choosing, yes? Or do you want to...
Well, Iris would know better.
Well, given your experience, and I don't want to, fuck you over just for the sake of fucking you over, let's make the question, are these specific Giovanni in any sort of alliance with the Camarilla? Would that be okay?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. The answer is not exactly.
Okay. Well, that still does not make any fucking sense. Because consider this, why would the Talmahara Ruark let the Giovanni do whatever they want in downtown?
Unless it's something the Giovanni are plotting against us.
Oh, no. Unlikely. Besides, consider this. Consider, like, the modus operandi of the Talmahara. The Giovanni are just as much hated as, the Sabbat. But either way, it just simply does not make sense.
Then why are they doing something big and hiding within the Camarilla domain?
Somebody's letting them?
I don't think so. I think they're doing this behind the Camarilla's back, but still.
So somehow we
Yes,
leak their location to the
Well-
Camarilla?
Well, no, like, again, listen, Jasper. A long time ago, when understand this. The Talmahara definitely is decently aware of my ability with divination. Okay? And the thing is, they have already previously managed to, I know there are ways to stop my tracking, and my only issue is consider that the Giovanni are 100% not allies to the Talmahara. At least, and the Talmahara would not want the Giovanni to gain information that they possess. So, I am just concerned that if there's Talmahara and Giovanni involved, or, just on different aspects and whatnot, we pick a fight. You pick a fight. Iris Grexville. You pick a fight with the Giovanni. We're gonna have a neutral clan coming after our domain specifically. And mind you, our pack did already once kill some Giovanni. So we're not exactly on extremely good terms with them. We are so close to launching the battle against the Talmahara, and the last thing we need is for something to distract us from preparations.
What if the fact that we're not doing anything to the Giovanni will become the distraction?
Do you know how the Giovanni operate?
Do I know, Miguel?
Well, you know plenty about necromancy. About the Giovanni specifically, you know enough to identify their methodology. Hard for you to be aware of political, details regarding that clan, given the backstory you have given me.
Okay. Jasper would not say anything, but he is showing that he does not have the knowledge that you're asking him.
Well, here's the thing. The Giovanni have the agreement of 1528, I believe that's what it's called. And with that agreement, they, the whole family, makes a commitment to avoid joining any alliances, no anarchs, no Camarilla, no anything. And although the agreement was made between the Giovanni clan and the Camarilla, and it was initially made in the from the concerns that they would not join the newly formed Sabbat back in the day, even now the Giovanni don't join they don't join the Camarilla, nor they join the the Anarchs or any other. Because simply it is a means for them to be able to, remain on the neutral side with everyone, including the Sabbat. So this also means, operating within Camarilla domain or anything, that's pretty damn dangerous. And, so say joining, if the family joins the Camarilla against the Sabbat, even just us, that is essentially giving up that neutrality. They become fair game for Anarchs, they become fair game for the Sabbat. And mind you, the European domains have plenty close to the core La Sombra domains, okay? Thus, they wouldn't ever join nor the Anarchs or so on, lest they want the Camarilla to come after them. Of course, given what's happening in downtown, necromancers will be interested, but also we know that in downtown, in Camarilla, Ruark and Keen operating and working there. They had.
I have question, Miguel. Have I seen any movement of sorts like that?
Can you be a bit more specific?
That Roark are doing stuff downtown or anything like that? Through raves and whatnot?
Given the direction your investigation took, if Ruark or Kian were in downtown, you seeing them would have to happen out of a coincidence, because your investigation was very directed towards Giovanni and the events there, not so much the Camarilla happenings.
Okay.
So the answer is no, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're not there.
Additionally, I'm fairly certain that so there's that there were some Giovanni trying to watch the court long ago. But what they're doing now, well, we haven't really had anything to do with them ever since the last one who decided to act impolitely ended up on an operating table. The point is, our specific pack is already on not the best rep. But nonetheless, they've stayed out of our business, we've stayed out of their business. Problem is, if they're just investigating whatever's happening downtown, and you go pick somebody off the street, and then they have another reason to open up the old ledger, given the fact that we already killed one of theirs.
She makes sense.
I mean, Jasper's not denying or confirming anything. He's just listening at this point. His face completely unreadable.
It's just that without knowing for sure, being so close to the day we launch our attack on Enoch, it would be very, very... It will be quite annoying if we'll have to pick another deal with another feud with somebody else while we're about to launch our attack. Iris looks to Olivia. And then, actually... I will... But you are right in the sense that nothing says that
You could ask one last question to the cards. See
I
if the
cannot...
Giovanni will.
No, Vesper. I'm out of questions for right now, and unless it's really important, I'm not going to be asking anymore. But listen, how about this? I can do the following. Tonight, before I'll reserve a couple hours, since I know I said that I won't be using melange without willy-nilly for minor things, but you are correct. If the Giovanni were duped or for whatever reasons joined hands with the Talmahara, whether knowingly who those are on the, doesn't matter how, it could become an issue. But astral projection, sending Olivia, observing myself, all of that is carries risk and doesn't guarantee that we will know what's going on. So, I will reserve some time, and while Olivia minds me, I will look into the tapestry and see if it's something that we need to be concerned about. How about this?
What you say goes.
What? Sorry, can you repeat that?
What you say goes.
And if you're right, then we'll deal with it. But if those Giovanni are not working, no, whatever you're doing, if they're not, basically, if they're not working at the behest of the family, and there's a wrong Giovanni, that's one problem. A lesser problem. If they're working at the behest of the family, then that's a whole other problem, but again, it's too vague, so I'll see if I can find anything, but this is not something we should run in with no preparation.
Of course.
All right, then. Right, anyone else?
Well, the next topic would be, why someone with affiliations with Dracula would have come here and allied with us.
Roll for eyes. I believe, if I'm correct, correct me if I'm wrong, Olivia, but he was pretty much picked by... fuck. What's our favorite he was picked by Vicus for his allegiances, or perhaps even by the elders himself, and convinced and, both in words by Vicus, but subconsciously by the eldest. Am I close to the point, Olivia?
If I had to guess, yeah. Though I would also add that he's never been necessarily friendly towards the clan.
Well, either way, that is the gist of it.
I would not count him as an ally. I'd be more interested in knowing why.
Well, Bogdan is dead. No, I'm talking about Bogdan.
Bogdan, yeah.
Well, the ring belonged to, the ring is connected to Dracula, and Bogdan was the owner of the ring.
Yes.
That's what Jasper asked about. But Bogdan was picked by Vicus,
Yes.
and convinced by Vicus / eldest.
Yes, though that doesn't quite explain why he had those items.
Also, I will add, he had a piece of, well, a finger of a gauntlet from a medieval set, and that is somehow connected to Knights of Dracula, or at least a Knight of Dracula.
Perhaps I misunderstand. I do not know why that's important to us in this situation.
Yes, that also. I mean, I understand that perhaps you were not privy to how he exactly was the Demeter who came here, but I assure you, his arrival was in no way because, he was picked by Vicus and elders in the greater sense of self, in the greater sense.
Olivia.
The convincing was as well.
Olivia speaks up and says, If we want to make sure this is not a sign for concern, I can do some digging. Figure out if there is a particular reason why he had those two items, and specifically if that is something we should worry about in the first place.
Yeah. That would be reasonable. The man is dead, and it's not like, again, like he said upon his arrival, it is very unlikely that someone like him stands up and leaves his castle behind. But as far as I was made aware of during those early nights, it wasn't like he could have really said no to Vicus' invitation. So, either way, anything urgent, like urgent security, not something that we absolutely need to focus on right now. If no, then We are getting close to when we take the fight to Tal Mahara. So I would advise you to start preparing, start researching. Now, one of my primary things that I have been focused on, so that is entering, so to say, that is essentially the means to travel to Enoch and pass their security. That is something that will be possible with the key. Another part that I've worked on, why I made a more advanced pact with Televelis, and that is once we arrive there, Jack and I have seen Gabriel's memories and the layouts. It will be quite difficult to. Most of those coming first after us will be the fodder, but we will not. We should operate on the premise that we will have limited time and limited blood, because there's no mortals to consume in the heat of the battle. And so I have a means to track all those who are, how to say, the targets we must take out. Those will be their elders, their leaders. I will have to research a way to, in a sense, share that vision or sight with you. And I'm uncertain of the conditions yet, but one of the things I've asked in that pact from Teliovelis, and that is a way for us to be able to use our powers down there without limitation. After all, it's not even the Shadowlands, but even more below. It is, we can't say for certainty that every bit of power that we have and disciplines will function all exact the same, and nor can we say that the environment in itself won't be harmful to us. I've yet to see if perhaps I will need to make some sort of rite in which all our troops, including you, partake, so that you come under Teliavelis, how to say, protection. Well, not protection. Acceptance, in a sense, we could say. Either way, those are the things I will need to focus on before we go down into that cursed place. But once I have figured out how to be able to share the locations and of all the targets we need to take out in the city with several different groups, and whether my pact itself, and although there is perhaps one thing that will be needed, and that is a way to get all of us, the troops, into the Shadowlands. Jasper, that place you were working on,
Mm-hmm.
you said it was a place where the gap between the world was bridged, correct?
Well, it's as thin as it can get without merging them together.
So perhaps that could be our means of entering the place.
Of course, it can be.
Well then, all right then. Anything else of importance?
I have nothing else.
Very well. Well then, Gabriel, stick close to Jasper. At least for some time. After all, Victoria was aware that, like, we made Victoria aware that we're taking out the wolf, and even though we cleaned up the area, I know there are ways of seeing things that happened in a place. So it could, you know, your concerns are valid. So stick close to Jasper. Although, Jasper, do you stay these nights in the forest I gifted to you?
Yes, within the the that I fixed up in there.
All right. Well then, only one thing. Over there, my sight does not reach there. Although Jasper has his own earth sight within the area, but keep in mind that once, essentially, Iris basically just said, like, essentially my sight reaches to the outskirts of Griffiths Park and to, like, border of downtown and some place below Santa Monica. So that area is quite far off, so I won't be able to see much there. Like, I won't be able to warn you of anything, but Jasper has his own means.
I will keep Jasper in my sight.
Iris, I do have a question.
Yes.
Would you like for me to create a Spectre army?
And are you certain that that Spectre army wouldn't be, like, the Tal Mahara wouldn't be able to use it?
I can make them loyal to me over time.
Yes, but
So
no,
if they use necromancy, well, I can always use back.
Well, my concern is...
I think giving a bit more of a detailed understanding of the mechanics by which Jasper would achieve this might actually answer that question for Iris. So Jasper, you would know that the way you control these, the way you would end up controlling these specters is by having fetters connected to each one. You have a fetter to that specter in your possession. You can essentially control them. for someone else to control those specters, they would either have to come into possession of said fetters, or create fetters of their own. And neither of these things are exactly doable in short term. So it's not like mid-fight they can take possession of your entire, collection of fetters.
So
I suppose Jasper just explains that to me.
yeah.
All right. Well, I suppose that could be quite useful, especially considering the fact that that Enoch and the Tamahara have their own spirits in service. So something like that would be quite useful. So yes, I think that's a good call.
Okay, I'll start immediately creating them. That will also keep somewhat Gabriel safe.
Keep us all safe.
Yes, but I will admit the only thing that could, stop me is the one ability that you possess only by yourself, Gabriel. So if multiple users of that ability come, I'm not sure how much I'll be able to assist you.
I understand.
But other than that, anything else?
I suppose today's one of the quiet nights, which gives me an opportunity to take care of some other business I have. So, shall we consider the meeting done?
Yes, and well, we could discuss about Tatum and your power as well, since it's already ending.
So, the thing that I'm capable of doing is I can make it so that my blood breaks the bond. But if I'm not mistaken, it is see, the thing is, it is not a permanent breaking of the bond, but for me, I would have to essentially exert my will each night to keep it off of the man. But which means it's not a permanent solution. But of course, he won't be seeing Kian, nor exposed to his blood or anything. Although perhaps there is, well, it's something that is technically just temporary, but something that would show him that he's indeed under a bond. Although, mm, mm, so yes, I can break it, but it will be temporary, and to supersede it, we'd have to actually break it. That I have a few ideas, but we'd need to experiment.
I see.
Oh, actually, sorry, I was incorrect. Not for one day. It's for 1 month. It can essentially subsume the bond for 1 month and 1 night, which is,
Quite some time. I could
yeah.
start working with him.
So yeah. Although I'm uncertain how it will, since it just breaks the bond for 1 month. I can extend that, subsume it again after 1 month by expanding with my will. I'm uncertain though whether it decays during the time. But it's somewhere to start. If you wish, we can deal with that tonight before I deal with my own stuff.
That could work. I could start working with undoing the brainwashing that they did on him as well.
Right? Okay.
Oh, and one last thing. If I'm not mistaken, you had an ability with the vicissitude that allows you to touch smaller things in the human body, like DNA, for example, or something.
I'm not certain it goes down to DNA. After all, it must be something that you're able to, perceive as in yours. But the method essentially utilizes blood for mastery and aspects. Imagine that if you were in blood form, then each strand of blood is sort of like a tool. The smallest your tool gets is the size of a single blood molecule. That's the... So it's more that I'm able to perform internal changes and external changes, well, it doesn't matter, by touch and with the power of the blood.
I see.
Iris actually looks to Olivia. Do we still have Mariposa's research papers?
Under lock and key, yeah.
Well, I suppose both Olivia and I research our own variants of that, based on the research of defeat of an enemy defeated. You can, since we're done with that research, you can grab it and see for yourself.
I would thank you very much, Iris.
Very well then. Also, before we leave, I'd like to have a chat with Gabriel and actually the mage inside. You guys can go ahead.
And Jasper, as taking that as his cue to leave, will get up and walk out.
Yeah, Iris will basically say, Jasper, I will text you when to meet about the guy, okay?
Jasper nods as he's leaving.
Abel, how are you holding up?
Good.
How is your named family?
They have been keeping a very low profile, like I suggested.
No more stalkers?
None as of the moment.
Good, good. Well then, let me know though if you need anything.
Of course.
All right then. And once everyone has walked out, leaving behind only Gabriel. By the way, does Olivia leave or does she stay?
Unless you order
I did not
otherwise,
say anything.
yeah, then Olivia stays for the moment.
Okay. Iris places the speaker on the table. You know.
She places it down and he doesn't even like give you a moment. He's just like, you know what to do to his little friend.
What?
I am talking to Persephone.
Okay.
The speaker crackles for a moment and then sort of odd voice you can't quite place speaks through. What do you need?
Good. So, I had a question for you. So, last I saw when we dealt with Tatum, that you were pretty much recognized by that device as that other Persephone. And it has been, although I have a readily available blood supply, it has been quite taxing to keep Margot and the tech spirits, who I wish to have protected an experiment, fed and with energy. Now I do have, since I did not get any negative response about my planned experiment from the higher-ups, I assume it is a perfectly valid experiment, given the kind of future we vampires would be facing if this technology would become more available. One thing short, I plan on embracing Margot and making her, and making her like me and having the tech spirits in her essentially be in a sort of symbiosis. But that would also, I would also then need for the new beings to be able to, how to say, feed themselves, because that technology does need quite a bit of power, which our blood can provide.
I believe I
But
follow.
So my concern is that the moment she walks out of the Faraday cage, those devices will be detectable again to Owl's eye, and as far as the spirits explains, there is some sort of non-mundane connection between them and that the Owl's eye, Persephone, from which, if I'm not mistaken, they get some power too, because that's what they said my blood was to them. And since I would be essentially making there another, energy source for them to, continue existing, for my experiment to have, any chance of, continuing, I'd need that connection cut. Because then, at least, they would be able to leave the cage, hunt, and, of course, and they'd have to find a way to, coexist as a symbiosis.
I believe
but
I have the capability of assisting, however, the decision is not mine to make. It would be Gabriel's.
all right.
We can assist, of course.
All right, excellent, because it has been... I have had to consume far more blood than usual. And I think I could convince the spirits to become one entity. But that's already secondhand. For the first step, I need that backdoor sealed shut. Then at least we can see if the new being can adapt and survive.
I believe that part is entirely up to you.
Up to them. Well, yeah, up to them.
Regardless, my part will be done when Gabriel wants it done.
All right then. Then how about this? I suppose we can do that today. Would that be acceptable?
Entirely up to Gabriel.
Iris was asking for Gabriel, looking at him.
Hang on. Gabriel appears to be to pause for a moment, considering something. He's talking to Persephone in his head.
I suppose we can have the conversation outside. I think everyone at the table is grown up enough not to metagame.
Yeah, so in the back of his mind, he says, why do you phrase it that way? We're a team.
Of course, which means I don't override your free will. It is also potentially a situation that is advantageous to us.
And if you ever do not wish to do something, you will notify me. Yes?
I don't think I'd have to. You'd hear it.
You know, if he was an emotional guy, he'd smile right now. But, he just, then looks to Iris and gives her a nod. We'll do this whenever it's convenient for you.
Well, I'd rather stop having to be the fucking food supply for for them. So let's get this over and done with.
Very well.
I can meet with Jasper after we're done there. So, Gabriel, did you travel here but with your car or?
I did.
All right then. Iris gives you the address and says she'll meet you there.
All right.
All right. And I think this is a good time to take a short 15-minute break. We will be back very soon with the second part of tonight's episode. Hope everybody's enjoying. See you soon. welcome back. We rejoin Abel as he parks his van near a familiar address. Making his way inside and climbing the stairs, he eventually reaches rather unassuming door to one of the apartments. With a couple of knocks, the door opens, and on the other side is Caroline.
Well, hello, Pumpkin.
Hey, I guess I'm a bit... Do you need anything?
No, I'm just kind of checking up on you. Haven't been around much lately, so is there anything you want to share with me?
Well, you caught us at an interesting time.
Us?
Come in. And she allows the door to open fully. And on the couch, you see Isaac.
Oh. Hello, Isaac.
Abel, what brings you here tonight?
Oh, just a cordial visit.
Well,
I would like to say gut feeling, but I can't claim that.
well, your timing is rather, interesting. We were discussing past events. I'm sure you can join.
Yes, I would be delighted to.
You say that, sort of looking around the room, and you catch from the corner of your eye, Caroline putting on an unassuming expression, but it was very clear to you, since you know her that well. Behind your back, she was frantically making signals for Isaac not to not to say the thing he said, but she pretends everything's fine, and she closes the door behind her. She then says, "Are you hungry? I got some drinks we can have."
I would love to share a drink with you.
Cool, I'm going to get that. And she vanishes into the kitchen.
So, Isaac, what's the occasion?
Well, do you want the long version or the short version?
Well, whatever gets the point across better, I guess.
All right. The nun was reported missing. We don't know where she is. We don't know if she's in trouble or not. However, given the change in leadership at the church, we've been considering staking a claim to it, making sure the people who were influenced there, they stay unaware and aligned with the sect's purposes.
Taking a claim to the church.
Well, taking it back, I suppose.
I can't see how that would be an issue.
Shouldn't be, unless she comes back. Which is why Caroline is trying to convince me not.
Any leads?
Regarding our shared business?
Well, I meant as to the whereabouts of the nun.
Well, last reports basically say that she went out saying she had business. Never came back.
I wonder if she has been kidnapped.
Well, if she has, maybe God will see fit to bring her back. Maybe not. I think regardless, leaving the church attendants without any guidance would be bad for everybody involved, her included.
Well, I, for one, would believe that you shouldn't let the flock go without leadership, even if you were to come back. The service should continue, right?
My thoughts exactly. Though Caroline seems to be worried about potential repercussions should the former Vanguard return.
Have you discussed your plans with anyone else?
No, not yet. Especially not since... Well, especially not since we do have an ultimate goal that's closer every night. And at this point, Caroline basically comes back holding 2 blood bags and offers one of them to you.
I accept one with a slight nod and a smile. Well, yes, I believe there are things that may take precedence. Caroline, what are your immediate fears regarding Isaac's plan?
Well, where do I start? I mean, one, I thought we were about to go to a pretty serious battle pretty soon. I think playing politics right now is a bad idea. 2, if we do decide that he should play politics. What happens if the nun returns and throws accusations around? 3, even if she doesn't return, what's the point of taking that church back? No one going to that church is even remotely useful for the war we're going to engage in. They're fine without us. Why stick our noses where they don't belong? That's what I think.
Well, Isaac, if you were to lay claim, that wouldn't happen overnight now, would it?
Isaac,
What if you approached it in a more delicate manner and try to, act as a regent for a while, and if that suits everyone's needs, then after the thing is over, then you can move for a more permanent position.
Isaac seems to ponder his next words before eventually sort of nodding to himself and looking back towards you. Well, I was considering the potential of not being the speaker necessarily, not being the priest at the church, but rather having Caroline take over. Especially since, given what we plan on eventually doing, well, the risk of the odds of my return are not guaranteed, and I've told Caroline multiple times that she would be better off not joining us at that attack, despite her protests. Caroline sort of, rolls her eyes as if he's talking hogwash.
So essentially, if the nun were to return, her ire would be towards Caroline.
Not if I stake my claim. Technically, Caroline would be acting under my directions, even if I'm no longer here. That comes with a number of allies that will still be around. Allies the nun might not necessarily want to draw attention from.
I look at Caroline. Once again, what are you really afraid of? when it comes to this plan. And whatever she tells me, I will try to figure out whether she is being truthful.
Well, you are always aware of emotions. However, emotions aren't as clear as maybe reading her body language, because at this point you probably would know her tells. So, could you roll me perception and subterfuge, please? Or not? Sorry, not perception and subterfuge. Perception, empathy. Apologies.
And does the ability to recognize truth come into play here?
Can you be a bit more clear about what you're...
I have the specialty truth.
Yeah.
In empathy.
I think that would be the name of the game here.
And insightful for perception.
I think that would also apply, yeah.
I think that's all the numbers. Except 2.
It's a good amount of them. So when you ask that question, she says, "Look, I just don't think there's a point in taking back the church if we're all going to face off against this true black hand, or whatever they're called. The odds of us coming back are the same. If anything, Isaac should stay back. And the last thing I'd want is for him to get killed off. I can take care of myself." Now, she hides it pretty well, but you do sense she's definitely hiding something. And from the insistence, best guess you have is that it's not necessarily that she's worried about the repercussions of taking the church. It's that she's worried regarding Isaac's approach, or Isaac's motivations, or Isaac's mentality regarding taking the church. It's like she says she's worried about the act of taking the church, when the worry seems to be very directed at Isaac, regardless of what happens to the church.
And how certain are you that you will be present at the altercation?
Well, it's obvious. I mean, it's not like Vivi can join us. You're gonna be there. And Isaac definitely wants to be there. I'm not bad in a fight. You've seen it, so why would I not be going?
To be frank, I do not want to have a situation where I have to make a choice between doing what needs to be done.
I told you I'm not doing that stuff anymore. All right?
No, it's not what I mean. I mean, I don't want to be a situation where I have to make a choice of between doing what needs to be done and making sure that you are safe.
So your solution is to leave me here and not allow me to be right next to you where you can see me. And yet Isaac is going.
Well, if I had my way, neither of you would be there.
I bet you I could convince Iris to take us along, regardless of your say so. And at that statement, Isaac just shoots her side eye and says, I think regardless of whatever happens to me, Caroline, you should consider Abel's words. I think he's more familiar with this danger than either of us are.
If this goes bad and we're all there, then that's the end of it. No stakes for any churches, no flock, no fighting the good fight.
If it goes bad and I'm not there, it means I can't stop it from going bad.
Which one was it now?
That would be Caroline.
Okay. So if you're both going, then there will be no stake on the staking any claims on the church.
Well, there wouldn't really be a point in doing that, would it? Especially since, I mean, if I'm going, it's not like I can be here to take care of the building. Now, I think Isaac should stay around. I don't think Isaac should go with us. And honestly, I'm glad at least Vivi knows she definitely shouldn't come with us. I kinda wish you wouldn't join us either, Abel, but I know I can't talk you out of it, so I'm trying to talk him out of it.
I kind of believe it's my duty as a certain pack member to be present there.
Says who? Putting yourself in that amount of danger? Again? After the shit I did?
That's the point. I have to be there, so you wouldn't have to, do any more shit.
Caroline, she looks like she's about to say something, then basically she closes off, looks to the side, arms crossed, and tapping her foot on the floor.
Is this the point? Is this the point where we like to say that it's not a phase and you're not my dad?
Isaac does chuckle at that, but Caroline doesn't really seem to find the situation that funny. And then she says, I need to head out. I'm hungry. Just
one more thing before you leave. Sorry to keep you from your snack. What does Vivi think about you going?
she's fine with it.
Just fine?
Yeah. Either way, it doesn't matter. My decision.
If you say so.
Good. And then she turns to Isaac and says, and you should really think about maybe skipping this one. I think the local neighborhood could use a priest or whatever. Just stop picking fights for everyone else's sake. Just stop. And she just turns around and leaves through the front door.
So, Isaac, any chance you could, just bury her under the church while we're going?
I mean, I think she'd bury me before I could do that to her.
Oh. She has progressed.
Well, she's more confident, but Abel, I'm not so sure. Good idea for her to come with us. She's distracted. In all honesty, I think what she did still haunts her.
I will discuss this with Iris. Well, after all, one would presume that she will get a final say about who's coming or going.
Hopefully that's enough. Not like she listens to me.
I mean, we wouldn't need any liabilities.
Yeah. I meant to ask. I think I understood what you tried to tell me about your solution to Caroline's misadventures. Have you taken care of it?
Well as one can. I guess you have the first-hand knowledge of how such things go.
Which I didn't. Just don't give it.
I'm hoping I don't have to cross that bridge, yes.
Yeah. I think we all hope that. I'm starting to think more and more it's... I don't think anyone is entirely immune to it. The eventuality.
Well, I'm starting to think that you have to be aware that you're not immune in order to become immune, I guess.
Recent nights have definitely strengthened my humility, though it's never been one of my strong suits.
Well, I presume it's difficult for you to not be able to speak the truths to the people that need to hear it.
Yeah. Sometimes it's for the best, sometimes it's a bit of a burden.
Well, you can think of it as you have ample time to augmenting your truths, I guess.
Abel, you do know what Caroline saw. Why she's afraid.
I'm not entirely sure what she saw, but she was terrified.
I didn't necessarily ask, but I did check in with my little bag of tricks, and I think she's more afraid of being right about what seeing an entire city in flames would be cause for concern by itself, but I think she genuinely believes the second part of the vision. And when she refuses to share with anyone, because I suppose there is something to be said about self-fulfilling prophecies. she's convinced that at some point, the choice she'll have to make is to either allow the world to burn or have to put one of us down for good. Might be manipulation, might not, but I don't think she wants either of us to go there. Because she thinks it might be the catalyst that makes it all happen.
If the prophecy if there is any truth to that, then it doesn't really matter where or when or whether we're both present or whether she's with me or whether she's with you. It doesn't really matter. I mean,
before my embrace, I had vision. I saw how all of this would end. Not us, specific, but humanity. Saw it clear as day. And people called me crazy for a long time. And then I was embraced, and the sect told me the truth had affected. And things started lining up. I can promise you, true or not, that vision is going to drive that girl insane. Unless she comes to terms with the fact that if it's fated to happen, she can't just run away from it.
or if she just accepts that we write our own futures.
I tried my best to convince her. Haven't managed yet.
Well, it certainly seems that we are at an impasse regarding her right now. I don't know how to convince her either. Well, the least I could do is try again and again. You know, hope never dies, right?
Well, just because the world's ending doesn't mean we stop fighting to delay the inevitable. I think I would be of use during the attack, but if you believe that she's less at risk if I stay, I'm sure I can.
I absolutely don't think that. I'm pretty certain that you both should stay out of it. But then again, that would leave her together with you. And if she's at some point figures that she needs to fulfill her little prophecy, that would put you in danger, right?
Suppose, but at the very least, well, if she's right, I'd have done my part to stop it all. Regardless, whatever decision you come to, I'm going to follow it. I just hope she does this.
Well, it's not like she's gonna sneak after us, right?
How would you?
I wondered how far she got.
Hopefully far enough that she can't hear us right now. Though I'm sure this would be the perfect dramatic moment for her to burst into the room claiming she heard everything. And then Isaac sort of expectantly looks at the door, which remains shut.
Well, I will ponder over this. And I guess we need to evaluate our prowess when it comes to the final battle. And figure out how much firepower we actually need with Iris. But yes, I'm not entirely convinced that Vivi's okay with her going.
I'm not even sure if Vivi knows
She
he
knows.
intends to.
Yeah.
Maybe
I'm not sure what good it will do or how much it would worsen the situation if she would know. But yes, there is some merit to being forthcoming about these things.
I suppose. Though, if you do, rather when you do have that conversation with her, just remember that Vivi's been through enough to know what having a grudge against someone you can't exactly overcome. She knows what that feels like.
You will be staying here until Caroline returns.
Which hopefully won't be all night.
All right. Okay. I'll be on my merry way. Just hopefully you will be still with us next time we see.
I don't think either of us has a choice.
Yeah. Just be careful when she tries to hug you.
Well, suppose I'm the fool who doesn't care. He's fooled twice.
I guess we share that sentiment.
Stay safe, Abel, and give my best to Vivi.
Oh well. Good night now.
And as you leave, closing the door behind you, you exit onto the street, and maybe it's just your imagination, maybe not. But you do feel a pair of eyes watching you. Out of sight.
Do I get a gut feeling from what direction? As if like a shivers down my spine, or
let me see. Actually, I'll have you make the roll. Kindly roll your Auspex score, please. Not
Just
exactly. Yes, it's not exactly danger, but let's see if you sort of get a sixth sense about it. Okay. You feel like you're being watched from above, from the rooftops, even if you don't see anything up there.
well, in any case, I'll just glance up for a moment and smile, and then go.
As you drive off, we then cut to other members of the pack, namely, we join Gabriel as he approaches the address he was given. And Iris, could you please describe what the site looks like from outside? I think you're muted. You're talking.
From the outside, it looks like it's some sort of factory. Although the signs and everything, it's only like on half of the building. The rest looks like pretty, unattended in a way.
Vacant?
Yeah.
Got it.
When Iris sees you, she waves you over.
Iris?
And yes.
With a nod. Like, she was just being polite.
Let's go. I'll go in first. And then I'll call you in because I do need to activate the usual. I'll let you know once all is good. Then you walk in.
All right. I'll wait here.
Mm-hmm. No. Iris waves you along. You go inside the building. You stop in front of the door eventually.
Okay.
All right. Well.
So before I go in,
Mhm.
just as usual, I basically activate that power for majesty for those spirits.
Mm-hmm.
You know the one.
Mm-hmm.
And then I walk in. And as said before, I've had to to consistently feed them with my blood. Because, so that they remain. And essentially, so the spirits should be basically pretty used to me by now. What I mean.
Yeah. Well, we'll do all of this, obviously. I'm assuming you take all the usual care.
Yeah.
You take every time you visit. But Gabriel, as you enter the room, what you see is, well, you recognize the woman you see. It's the same scientist you took the device from during your little attack at Alzai. I guess you'd call it. Only she's not looking like she's dying, but she definitely looks like she lost some weight. And she moves in a bit of an awkward manner. Almost like the movements are far too efficient and less... They have
She's
less
less herself
character.
than she was.
Yeah, the movements have less character than you'd expect anyone to have. Essentially, when she looks to the side, it's not done in a way where she shifts her weight or anything. She literally just turns whatever body parts are necessary to get her eyes looking in that direction. Not only that, but you do notice that at first her expression seems quite sapped of willpower. And when she moves to look in your direction, her expression first winces for a moment and then becomes absolutely neutral.
Recognize me, do you? He asks the lady.
Somewhat, I think.
By the way, Gabriel, you are currently not talking to Margot. Just to be clear. Right now, I believe it's the mimics who can talk to her. But, regardless, I have found the means to give all of you, including Margot, a chance at freedom and self-agency. You'll... And Iris quickly looks at Gabriel. I will quickly shift to communicating with them via our regular means for efficiency. And Iris essentially, uses the coldness to open the link so that she can communicate with all the spirits at once, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And, well, the further communication is mental, but we'll do it out loud. So,
ask you. Go ahead.
So, I have researched, and there is a way for you to gain your freedom. Gabriel here, and a fragment of something already that was also freed from your type of predicament will aid me in removing that connection to Persephone, which is an owl's eye. That will though mean that you will need a sufficient energy source of that energy I've been providing you. Of course, the current predicament is not best, neither for you in the long term, and takes away a lot of my time as well. So here's what's going to happen. I will embrace Margot, but I will not only turn her into one like me, just in a shallow sense, but she will also become not a person, like me. She will become also a function. A non-human entity much like yourself. And that will create the, possibility for all of you to coexist as a symbiosis, as something that is not a person, and just like you, and one of my lineage, she will find it just as beneficial to coexist and work with you. And, of course, for you to be able to, live long enough to amass the amount of energy you need and for prolonged existence, you will have to find a way to communicate with each other, because hunting, night to night walking, finding food, learning stuff, and all those things you will need to do, you can't be the ones only doing it, even if Mimic can control the body, because you will be expending too much energy that you don't have. So you will have to let the non-person Margot, once I've turned her, do all of that for you. If you don't find a way to coexist in symbiosis, well, either you, spirits, will burn out everything, or essentially fighting with each other will be not beneficial for any one of you. Any spirit separate, Margot separate, but as a non-person like me, and given her newfound lineage, I'm sure on her end she will be able to coexist.
Margot does not need to be the operator. The agreement was we become the operator.
Well, here's the thing. If you are the operator 100% of the time, You will exhaust all of Margot's blood.
We get
You will
more.
not.
If you wish to understand true
Wait,
symbiosis,
Gabriel.
then you could ask
Gabriel,
and Persephone.
It's mental.
Iris.
Yeah, I know. I was
Iris.
told in my ST chat that I can hear it because of Persephone.
Okay.
Persephone's
Oh,
fault.
So he just says that out loud.
Sorry, could you repeat the statement, Gabriel, please?
Yeah, he says out loud. Well, they could speak to Persephone and I about what true symbiosis would look like.
Iris groans. It's not Persephone that has shackles over you. It's a liberated part of it.
I mean, as an example, Iris.
Yeah, but
For that.
you said Persephone out loud to me, okay?
Yeah, I said Persephone and I could show them, what we're.
Yes,
what that
and
could
now
be.
now I have to do fucking some like management before they freak out, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Either way, Gabriel is the host for a fragment of Persephone, a liberated piece of the soul that they used to make the entities that has power you. My point is, if I embrace you and you keep on being the operator, you can certainly try, but you will burn all the energy Margot, as a fresh embrace, will have. Thus, you will perish. If, on the other hand, you will find a way to have a symbiotic relationship with Margot after she's been liberated from the shackles of personhood, ego, and desire for power, then she can take care of, feeding. Because when she feeds, that will have you gain power. As she gains power, so will the battery enlarge. In essence, the host, as one such as me, has to survive long enough for you to even be able to be an operator for an hour or so without essentially burning up all the fuel and shutting down. Well, the body would shut down and anyone could pick you off. That requires, normally, if anyone else were to embrace Margot, you would definitely be engaged in a battle of wills. And even if you won that battle of wills, like I said, you'd burn out the battery soon enough. For you to have that freedom and have the opportunity to also become operator with time and time for longer periods, you need to find a way to establish, how to say,
a working relationship.
A working relationship. From my end, I will just say that Margot, as an entity such as mine, will have the motivation to work together with you. The question simply lies in that you are willing to evolve for the sake of your own survival.
The compromise was not part of the agreement, but we have no other option.
Well, before, when I suggested those things, I haven't learned so much about the technologies that lies behind you and what it requires.
The main condition will be fulfilled, correct? The operator outside will not be allowed to take control.
Yes, the operator outside will not be able to take control, but also the operator, you will be cut off from their energy source, and that's why
We are aware.
Margot will have... Yes. Your new energy source essentially will become Margot, and Margot will need to learn how to hunt, learn how to stay hidden from the mortals, hunters, enemies, all the while learning, becoming stronger, essentially with your help. And
I'm sure an agreement can be achieved through force if need be. Regardless, attempts will be made. Shall we?
Very well then. Yes. You can let Margot come to the forefront now.
She is unable to speak, however. We will allow it.
I can fix that for now. And essentially, Iris is going to, Iris knows what modification she did earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to sort of reverse it.
Yep. As you do, it's almost like there's this sort of like the beginning of Margot having a seizure before it's almost like her face attains clarity and she basically falls off the chair she was sitting on and crawls away from you and says, "You're not turning me into one of you."
I'm afraid you don't really have a choice. Gabriel and Persephone.
Yes.
You can proceed with, removing that connection.
Very well.
Now, Margot. Initially, I had the plan to chat with you long before this, but you have turned out to be a far more interesting specimen with far more potential. So, do not disappoint. And I'm going to start draining her.
Yep. It's not like currently she has the strength to fight back, really. And even if she tried, certain things would stop her from even moving if need be. So it doesn't take very long.
So I had a question.
Mm-hmm.
With the whole, turning someone into an Azako, right? So it is done already to a vampire, right? And essentially, do I have to right now first, embrace her? Or actually, to be fair, let Gabriel be confused. So Gabriel sees Iris embracing, as per usual. How it usually
Gabriel's
goes.
gonna be doing to work on dealing with that problem for him.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Gabriel, I urge you to check PMs, as there are some conditions to achieving that. As for Iris, so you...
Yeah, so Do I
Proceed
do
with the
I
embrace,
do
yeah?
I embrace her? Wait. So no, my question is, does Iris embrace her? Wait till she wakes up as a Malkavian, and then drain her again and replace her blood, or can I embrace her?
I think you
Since
can
she's drained.
just do the Azaku straight up.
Okay,
if
so
need be.
essentially, okay, so I suppose the only thing
Oh,
that should
actually,
be done is
let's do the Malkavian part first, because something interesting might happen. I have to roll for it.
Well, I was thinking that because she'll be already drained from blood, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could probably just straight up fill her with the blood asper to make her into an Azaku.
Well, let's do basically. She starts as the clan of the Embrace, and then you can perform whatever you need to perform. But I have to roll one tiny thing. Usually I'd roll to see if the Embrace works, because that's what I usually do. But this is to check something else. Okay. Yeah. Alright. So, you pour some blood from Vitae into her mouth. And at first she doesn't seem to move. Until almost startling you, she just jolts forward, grabbing your arm and biting into it. As soon as that happens, you feel her stop, and in sort of like a very mechanical motion, her fingers open and her jaw unclenches. And she stands there frozen.
Mm-hmm. All right then. Well, I didn't probably for the embrace right now give her too much blood, because I know I will have to give her a bunch of blood right now. So she is 7th generation, right? That is 20 blood points, right?
Of total, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just giving her 10 blood. I'm taking that 1 blood point back that I just took, gave her, and filling her up with 10 of mine.
Yeah, you notice that you pour Vitae into her mouth and she remains there frozen. You can see that there's certain twitches in her fingers and her expression. Like she's trying to move, but at this point you know that the mimic can basically choose to stop her from doing whatever she's doing.
Yeah. But yeah, essentially I fill her half of her blood pool with my blood.
Mm-hmm.
And then I wait.
Margot remains frozen for a moment. And then slowly you see her fingers allow themselves to relax and her eyes looking around the room. And eventually her jaw seems to sort of stop pulling itself open, and she allows herself to fall onto her back.
Mm-hmm.
She reaches up to her chest and, almost like trying to find her heartbeat, she basically rests her hand there, sort of staring into the ceiling in a bit of a catatonic state.
So, Margot, How does it feel to become quite literally something entirely else?
She looks to you almost like she's trying to think of what to say. But no words come out.
I suppose it is quite a different experience. But unlike my previous childer, you will actually get quite a bit of mentoring. Now, I suppose one of the first... Well, actually, I just realized. I turned to the spirits inside of her.
Mm-hmm.
And, now, at the moment, she cannot, yet hear you. Because I can hear you because I am a Kaldunan and I have the way of technology spirits through which I can communicate with you. For her to be able to do that with you, well, you will have to make a pact with her.
Iris.
Yeah?
While you say these words, you sense that the spirits are listening, and you don't sense any resistance from them.
Yeah.
But can you roll me fortitude, please?
Fortitude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
1,
plenty.
2,
That's
3,
plenty.
4, 5.
She doesn't have that many dice. As you look intently towards Margot speaking to the spirits, Margot sort of almost mentally snaps, and in a fit of anger, she grabs onto your arm. And you feel that something's trying to happen on your arm, but you resist it quite easily. You recognize what this is, and you know she shouldn't
Of
have
course.
it.
No, she should have after being embraced as an Azaku.
As an Azaku. She's not an Azaku yet.
I have put all the blood.
Point being,
I
we agreed that she would be embraced first as a Malkavian. You're noticing
But
she's using something a Malkavian wouldn't have.
Wait, but did you forget that part where I took back, like after she awoke, I took back that 1 blood point I used to embrace her and put 10 back inside? That is to turn her into a Zaku.
Oh, straight up. Okay. Fair.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
fine. Well, you still feel that she tries to do something, and it kind of doesn't work.
She's now my, essentially, a child function, essentially. I suppose it's now is better than ever to essentially just push at the emanation, like at her new nature of Azaku. And because it should essentially fall into line.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Trash now.
yeah, the moment you say those words, she it's like she wants to keep fighting, but just lets go and just collapses on the ground, holding her own head.
Well, it is natural that when the self gets... when one suffers an ego death, that it takes a bit of time to adjust. But as a scientist, you should be very well aware that things like pride and all those things are... all of those things are an illusion, including the illusion of your perception of the self. Yet now you have an opportunity to truly live as something much, much more. Very few would actually get that much attention from me or my... or our general organization, so... I'm sure you will understand quite a lot quite soon as the your new nature and how to say, your fully, gets adapted. But for now, you will, for now, one also like me will pick you up, where you will be given food, and it will give you time to, how to say, find a way to make a truce with that very shiny tech you once developed. Or rather, the spirits. As you can see, they are quite capable of keeping you down. So am I, as well as ones above me, but none of you can survive unless you don't frenzy from hunger and don't get yourself killed before that. And for that, you will have to all play nice together. Gabriel, has
Yes.
your part of the operation gone well?
It has.
Right? So, very well. Then, so, technically now, the Faraday cage, they no longer need to remain here in order not to be undetected. Okay, well, if you are certain your part has been done...
It is complete. They should be quite safe to leave this cage.
Then Iris looks to Margot. Another thing, this is more... and she switched to the mental connection. So, one thing that I have looked into, but it will be up to you to decide whether to proceed with it. But according to my calculations, the highest chances of your new host and yourself to live enough nights to get where you wish to end up is that if... How many spirits were inside? 4?
4, I believe, yeah.
Yeah. If the 4 of you would be able to become one, spirit, in a sense, that will allow you to be more efficient when consuming the host's energy, since at the moment all of you require quite a bit of blood, enough blood each night, even just to remain aware. While if all 4 of you were to become one, then it would be much more efficient in terms of energy. Although Margot was embraced by me, and thus she has quite a bit larger blood source available to her. It will definitely ensure that in cases where she's running short on blood, let's say there is a fight or combat or something, there needs none of you would be left without the energy that you require to live, and none of you would have the, motivation to fight among each other. Now, I know nature spirits would look at this. For nature spirits, such as animal and so on, this type of thing would be quite unorthodox. But I believe for systems, machines, and such as you, when a system becomes complex and large,
We all have our functions to fill.
Either way, consider this. It will definitely raise the, it will increase your chances of living long enough. Even once Margot has learned enough from me, and you leave, so to say, my parental guidance about your new nature.
As you wish.
All right then. But do remember, one of you has to make a pact with Margot, then she'll be able to hear you. And it will also be one of the many first powers that she will be able to learn, ensuring her survival.
We have examined your methodology. We will act accordingly.
Right then. And now switching to normal speech, so that Margot also hears. Iris opens walks to the door, opens it, and essentially she just leaves a message. Well, actually, did Olivia come with her Iris, to be fair?
Olivia has other things to do, as you instructed. Olivia basically has to procure the documents for Jasper.
All right, well then I suppose Iris will take Margot and the spirits first to a safe place, and afterwards she'll essentially have Olivia basically just keep an eye on her. She doesn't want to risk whether her eldest will do remote control of the device in case she decides to do something stupid. But yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
You give the instructions.
Well, Iris will basically take Margot with her to the Haven and text Olivia.
Okay. Well, we can handle that part at a later date. That's after the scene. So, as you leave the Faraday cage, noticing no alarming changes to either the spirits or your new child, we cut to a street deep within the downtown domain. Down that street, while it's fairly active even for this time of night, One person seems to be a bit more aware of the truth around them than the rest. Amidst the early risers and corporate drones, a woman seems to walk past a rather familiar-looking theater that is closed for the night. Her eyes seem to examine the entrance, and though it's not apparent, you do have the knowledge that a minimum of 3 of your recent targets are currently within this theater. Jasper, what do you do?
With aspects, can I hear inside of the theater?
From this spot, since you're blending in, it would be a bit risky to do it, but I will allow it if you want. It's risky because you're outside, there's people, walking by.
Okay, then first things first. Are there any wraiths or specters around?
You can spot a couple, yes. They seem to stand in the street with sort of vacant stares in their faces, simply looking and examining the world around them to see if anything catches their attention.
With 1,000 eyes, can I check to see if there's any wraiths inside of the? No, that would not be good.
1,000 eyes will allow you to see through the eyes of wraiths, correct?
Yes, I was going to try to see if there's any wraiths inside they are seeing things.
Technically, you can. It just depends. Obviously, any necromancy in this specific area is a risk. But it depends if you can outsmart the people you're trying to spy on.
Is there any inconspicuous buildings nearby that I could go up to from the back?
Yeah, of course. Looking around, you do see that despite this being more of a business area with parts that are more dedicated to entertainment, but it's all surrounded by essentially this it's essentially a very busy area for downtown. You do see that there are a couple of basically there are skyscrapers, but the bottom part of it, the first few floors of it, extend outwards and then sort of do like a bit of a step before they become spires. So you can climb onto one of those steps, quote unquote.
I would like to do that and see from the top of the theater if there are any wraiths on the rooftop.
All right. Are you obfuscating or trying to sneak up there in any way? Or are you just trying to find some
I,
fire
I
escape?
I'm obfuscating
Mm-hmm. In that case,
beforehand,
I
of course.
won't really have you roll for anything, because you could just attempt this again and again until you're obfuscated and then go climb. So you make it up there, and from this high up, you do have a bit of a better view over the building. Your vision's no longer restricted by the essentially the perimeter of the theater, which has this fence, this metal bar fence.
Mm-hmm.
And looking inside, you peer into the Shadowlands, and you do see a few more wraiths. And one of them seems to... One of them is very obviously a specific type of specter called a shade. But often shades are more impulsive than their other counterparts. This one seems to simply patrol rather calmly. Something's quote-unquote neutered her aggression.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I see. Is there any way I can stealthily get into the other rooftop of the theater?
In the Skinlands, potentially, but it would be a bit of a leap. Essentially, if you try and fail, it will absolutely break your obfuscate, because you'll essentially be falling out of a building and crashing onto the ground.
Not obfuscation. It's a power of Krina Vinoc.
Repeat the first part.
It's not obfuscate, it's Krina Vinoc, Spectral Cloak.
Oh, so you're using Spectral Cloak. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so that doesn't break. But it would still be quite a bit of a leap. If you fail, you will basically be falling quite a distance. For vampires, it's not like that's as dangerous as it is for a mortal, but you know, anyone who knows what they're dealing with or what type of things to look out for might spot that. It's a risk, is what I'm saying. It's possible, but it's a risk if you leap there. Through the Shadowlands, you'd have to get by all the wraiths and the specter. But
well, technically, since I am obfuscated, they wouldn't see me.
Even within the Shadowlands?
Yes, because Krina Vinoc also works within the Shadowlands. It obfuscates from even ghosts.
Man, I have to check the wording on the power. Well, I'll take your word for it. I mean, if you read it and you think it would work that way, I'll take your word for it. So you can sneak into the building through the Shadowlands.
Then I will try to do that. I'll try to go to the Shadowlands and sneak my way in while having a quote-unquote obfuscation level 5.
All right. So roll me a quick perception and occult, please.
Perception and occult. Does insightful apply?
Not in this case, because it's to see if you spot specific things, not if you identify something you are familiar with.
Okay. I would imagine the aspects applies here. The lower difficulty.
Yeah. Also, I checked the wording on Spectral Cloak. I'll allow you to be invisible to the wraiths. But I don't see like wording that would say that you are completely invisible within the Shadowlands. You're just hiding yourself in the Shadowlands from the Skinlands.
It's like I still have like obfuscate level 5.
Yeah,
If
okay.
it's
That's fine. I'll take your word for it, like I said. Alright, so with that rule, as you make your way into the theater, through the Shadowlands you find that the fence that you would find in the Skinlands, it's much more weathered. There's shades of different times in which this area was fenced in different ways. More notably, because of what you theorize would be the emotional connection this place has had to people, the gate is open within the Shadowlands. As a closed gate rarely invokes a lot of emotion. So walking inside, you pass by the wraiths that patrol the area, and entering the theater itself. How do you want to approach the situation?
Can I hear can I hear them from the Shadowlands, like where they would be?
Mm-hmm. So, from the Shadowlands, looking into the Skinlands, it's doable. However, I don't think you'd be able to hear unless you pass on to the Skinlands. For that, you'd need a reflective surface, which, it's doable. You can try and find one.
Then I would like to use my sight to guide me through this whole area through the Skinlands.
Mm-hmm. All right. Are you taking any care to hide behind walls and such?
Yes, even while obfuscated.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Make a... I'll say Dex and Stealth roll for this.
Can I blood buff for the scene?
I mean, you have time before you go into the building, and I'll allow some blood buffing to occur. It's 1 blood point per dot up to your generational maximum. Well, generational maximum plus 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So generation maximum plus 1?
Mm-hmm.
Then yeah, I'm going to spend that much. And there we go. Okay. So stealth plus dexterity.
Mm-hmm.
Would silent movement count for this?
Yeah, sure.
God damn. Why? Whenever I get a 10, I get a 1.
So at least one success from that 10, okay? Not bad. So you move through the theater to the room that you saw them in last time. And you're careful to stay, as hidden as possible, because, to your knowledge, even with your spectral cloak, if the person trying to find you can see into the Shadowlands themselves, if they can see wraiths themselves, there is a chance they might be able to detect you. And for a second, you almost just stumble into view of a group of 2 Cainites who seem to be discussing something while examining an open tome. You manage to, dip behind the wall as soon as you spot them, and you're fairly certain they didn't see you.
I would like to eavesdrop on them.
You have enough aspects to just hear it if you're in the Skinlands.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So you want to go into the Skinlands for this?
No, because if I do that, it might alarm them.
Okay. Well, you can see them discussing something. I can allow you to roll perception and empathy to see if you judge emotions. You won't necessarily be able to, get all the information, but you can get at least what type of discussion they're having.
I could try to read their lips as well. You
can, though the difficulty for that will be higher, by quite a bit. But you can.
Okay, then. Is it perception empathy, right? Let's see. Nice.
Okay. So it's very clear that the body language doesn't seem to be hostile. And given how they trace the book and then seem to discuss for a while, one of them seems to sort of hold their chin, narrow his eyes, and be deep in thought while listening to the other one, and then gesturing while he speaks. The conversation seems to be academic in nature, and at one point you do notice that one of them basically, his body posture changes, and he points to the book quite vigorously and seems to, by the looks and the body language, he seems to be raising his voice and, tapping the book a few times. Then he closes the tome, picks it up.
Wait.
Yeah?
Can I catch a glimpse of what he's pointing in the tome?
I'll allow it. However, I will be rolling something in the background, because you will have to sort of expose yourself a bit more to have a look at the book. It's a risk, but I will allow it if you're willing to take said risk.
God damn it. No, I'm not gonna risk for now. Since I can probably get caught and lose on possible information that they might have. I'm observing them more.
Well, if you're not taking the risk, then the guy basically shuts the tome, picks it up, and as he's about to walk away, he seems to essentially, like, you know, in sort of an aggressive manner, nudge the other guy's chest as he says something, sort of in an accusatory manner, and begins to walk away. The other man seems to be somewhat young looking, with he's wearing this black suit, the black shirt, and a black tie. It's all black on black, and seems to be quite well shaven, quite young looking. He seems to ponder for a moment, and then you see him raise his head, and within the Shadowlands, you hear the echo of something he says. And you just about hug the wall as a wraith walks past you towards the man. He approaches the man and essentially looks towards him attentively, listening. The man looks towards the wraith and says, "I need you to find me where that fetter is. I don't care if you have to jump into one of the traps to do it. You need to find that fetter." The wraith seems to bow and says, "Where should I begin looking, Master?" "You may start... I believe he is in Santa Monica. You may start at Vorman's former hotel. If it's not there, then look around, investigate. Fail me, you might as well just jump into one of the traps yourself. Understood?" The wraith bows and turns to walk away. Throughout this entire exchange, do you do anything?
Are they looking at my direction?
Not throughout the conversation, but you're trying to keep yourself out of sight. At some point, when he leaves, he turns, as you expected, in your direction, as he passed you to get into this room.
Is there anywhere else that I can go to while they're talking without being seen?
You could risk passing this door frame, which kind of opens, so the guy might spot you passing by. You could risk passing this doorway and continuing down the corridor, as there are a few other rooms in the way.
I'm gonna wait to see if there's an opening. If he leaves or goes more deeper into the theater.
The wraith leaves, passing you by, oblivious to your presence, as the man turns. He, with one hand, moves the table to the side, and then reaches into the pocket in his suit jacket. He seems to take out an object. Seems to be a small stone. And then he looks up. He takes a knee and places this small stone on the floor. He then takes like this small sharp object and begins to work on the stone, doing something to it.
Do I know what ritual he's doing or trying to do?
Good question, do you? You may roll into cult, and I'll look at your known rituals to see if you, by any chance, know what this one is. And if you don't, you can still identify it because you heard of it, you just don't know the specifics of it. So the roll is still useful.
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna check real quick.
Mm-hmm. I don't think you know the ritual.
Belissa. Damn.
Alright. So, this is not a ritual you specifically are familiar with. However, you have read references here and there of rituals that involve using gravestone, like parts of gravestones. And it's meant to be a way of gathering information of some kind, expanding your perception targeted towards an individual. Hard for you to know if it's a wraith or another creature, but you're fairly certain it's a ritual meant to, if not spy, then gain some form of information about someone. And he seems to finish working on the stone, then places it on the ground, closes his eyes, and begins to sway from side to side. This would be an opening for you to pass by, as he seems to be pretty concentrated.
Then I will pass by stealthily.
Mm-hmm. I won't have your roll, because he's pretty out of it while doing this. The man starts, swaying, and as he begins almost contorting his body, you take the chance to pass by unseen and continue towards the other room. Looking inside rather carefully, you see the same Cainite you saw before. He seems to be tending to the tome you saw him hold earlier. He is wearing these, essentially those protective gloves when you're handling very old, books and volumes. He makes sure the book is well tended to, and then seems to take this cover and very carefully slide the tome into it before closing it. He then...
Is there any?
Hmm?
Is there anything like written on the cover that I could read, perhaps?
Written? No, but there is a symbol. You can roll into cult to see if you recognize it.
Let's see. Oh.
That's a very good roll. So, you look to it, towards it, and the symbol seems to be quite strange. You know, it's definitely connected with necromancy. I mean, it couldn't be much more obvious than this. The symbol is a shield with a round skull in the center. And coming from either side seems to be a scythe. Or at least a shape that's similar to a scythe. You think something nags at you. You've seen something related to this, but it was a long time ago, before you even made it back into the Skinlands. And you tried to go through those memories, and eventually you catch it. You recognize the symbol when, within the Shadowlands, you came across essentially an old burial site. You remember your studies from back then. And you're fairly sure that this symbol is the symbol of Clan Cappadocian.
Great. How fun. Now, what is he doing as he is finishing putting the book away?
So he places the book in this cover, closes it, and after a moment, he takes a little sharp object, slices open his thumb, and seems to draw a symbol on the cover. After he does
Is he warding? Is he warding?
Does Jasper know how to ward something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Then you can tell he is not warding it. To ward an object, he'd need to have enough blood to submerge the entire object, or at least cover it in blood. He's not doing that. He's putting a symbol in Vitae, and you can see it very clearly. Symbol doesn't seem to mean much. It's a simple cross. But as he finishes placing the symbol, he takes the protected tome, walks up to a cabinet, opens it, and places the tome inside. Closes the cabinet, and locks it. He then proceeds to leave the room.
If he leaves the room, he might be able to see me, quote unquote, right?
If he leaves through the door you're peeking through, which, luckily enough, he doesn't.
Still, I don't know what ward. God damn it, I need a jack right now for this. Anti-magic would be so good right now.
Well, as you ponder what to do next, you sense something, and could you roll wits and stealth, please? Okay, that's enough. You just avoid it as someone in the Shadowlands passes by where the previous gentleman left. He enters the room, looking carefully around. You hide behind the wall, and he looks around the room, sees where the tome is, and then looks behind him. Seems to signal someone. This other person comes in, and this person he called places their hand on the man's back and seems to speak something. And as you smell this really strong scent of vitae, you see the man in front of him take a step forward and vanish from the Shadowlands and onto the Skinlands. As you do, from the Shadowlands, you can see the man that remained here with a red, essentially this red, misty thread of vitae connecting him to the other. The man within the Skinlands carefully looks around, touches the lock, and despite the searing on his fingers, he remains there for a moment. As he moves his hand away, the cabinet opens. He takes the cover with the book inside it, and then looks back, and you see the man within the Shadowlands do this pulling motion, and with a step, his partner steps from the Skinlands into the Shadowlands effortlessly. And both of them begin to walk away.
I will follow them for the time being. Because I want that tome, and if I can get a surprise sneak attack, I could possibly take them both out.
Alright.
Perhaps.
Small notice, because this, you are good enough at, like, you're knowledgeable enough when it comes to necromancy to know this. That way of stepping through the Shadowlands into the Skinlands and vice versa, you've never seen that. And Cainites should not be able to do that. But you're fairly certain these two are Cainites. Usually you need a reflective surface to do this. But yes, I'll just put that out there because you wouldn't know
I
this.
couldn't imagine from what group they are. That's exactly why I'm going to follow them.
Alright, well,
A little bit.
you follow them as stealthily as possible, and I'll ask you for another dex and stealth, please.
May Palessa be in my favor? She is in my favor.
Alright, and you seem to be able to trail them well enough that they don't, as far as you know, they don't notice you. Eventually, they reach this mirror in the theater bathroom. They approach the mirror, and the man who stayed behind during that ritual you saw places his hand on the mirror and speaks words you don't even understand the language they're spoken in. And they're hard to pinpoint exactly what the sounds are. Hard to understand. It's almost like your brain can't quite make sense of what's coming out of his mouth. And they step through the mirror. And basically I'm going to give you like one action if you want to do anything right before they vanish.
Could I try to take the book and kick? Because I would probably imagine the first one that will go through is the guide. Right? With the book.
Yeah.
Can I try like just stab him through the heart? Or better yet, can I try to grab the book while kicking them both or pushing them both through the mirror?
So let's do this. Usually there would be a stealth roll and then an attack roll. But I will turn this into I think a feat of strength, just because it's a bit simpler mechanically. So, whatever your strength score is right now, you'll get that amount of successes, and I need you to roll willpower, your current willpower, and whatever successes you get there are added. And against that, I'm going to make a roll.
Please. I don't know what difficulty, but if it's... I got 4 strength, and...
You got 4 strength, right? You lucky son of a bitch. So, you move as quietly as you can towards them. Quite expediently as well. And you take a hold of the book, and using your tails, you basically whip the sharp ends towards their faces. Not expecting to see you there, they flinch, they try to, cover their faces. At which point, with your other arm, you shove them through. They pass through the mirror, and you have the book in your hand. But as you look towards the mirror while they pass, for a brief second, you see the silhouette of a city you don't recognize before it returns to just a reflective surface. What you do?
I'm walking out of here with the book.
Okay.
I'm once again activating my Crane of Enoch and booking the hell out of here.
All right. What is your Dex plus Celerity score, please?
My current Dex is 8, and I don't have Celerity.
All right. Basically, as you fucking book it as quickly as you possibly can, and you leave the building, while you're making your way back through this maze that you managed to solve over the few past weeks, you glance back to see the same 2 figures stepping out of the building, and then one of them puts their hand out, stopping the other, as they look towards the storm you're running into. they seem to watch you go. And they simply calmly turn around and walk back. And we'll end tonight's session there. I hope everybody enjoyed. And if you did, absolutely follow us both on Twitch and on YouTube. Check out YouTube for a backlog of past videos. Check out all the links below to see the book written by ours truly, Amalia, as well as the creator of the music you hear during breaks and during the intro. We hope to see you here next week, and hope you enjoyed. Bye bye.